Perla Mineral Water, Burst Energies, Techno, Metro Mass Transit, Zoom Lion, Goyle, and PPC at Paga. Thankfully, Huzaifa is up. Continue on 9-11 is a scoreline. Buki serves, received by Benedicta, and Ajara goes to the line. What a player and what a versatile choice of attack she utilized there. Elizabeth serves and Kelechi blocked out by Ajara. I think the strategy is very simple for all the servers of Kalib Volleyball Club. Look for Verity, number 12 shirted lady of Nigerian Customs team, and keep serving her. And we would have such results as not so good of a reception or a pass, and may lead to an out of system play like you saw there, where the middle blocker would not have a play, and Ajara goes again. Wow. And Elizabeth Boachiwa is establishing Ajara's attack in all facets of the front court, as she single-handedly can call for game when she is in her element. Aisha Toyosi at the service line, serves and received, and wow, what defense by Ajara there, and Verity blocked, and net fault called on Benedicta and Stephanie. (12-14) is the scoreline. Huzaifa receives and steps out and hits one and retrieved. It's coming back. Huzaifa, his tape went out of bounds, and Coach Danladi signals for a timeout as the lead has been cut to 1. They are back, and Aisha Toyosi serves out of bounds, and I have been speaking of a certain statistic concerning the timeout, and Aisha confirms the statistic. Stephanie received by Verity. Ajara receives And there are shouts in the stands concerning the interruption of Blessing Lawrence. As she was coming from backcourt, received, and Benedicta, wow. Once again showing us why she's one of the best assets in the opposite row in the national female volleyball team. She's at the service line now and goes for the jump service, and Kelechi receives, but she hits the net. Verity, a point against her as Kalib once again opens a 3-point lead, 17-14. This is the very first set, and the auditorium is getting packed as this will determine who wins and qualifies to the finals. And a chance ball for Kalib and taken. By all means and at all costs, make points. There's an early substitution also for the Nigerian Custom side, and Aliyah Usman is coming in to replace Aisha Umar. A like-for-like change in the setters department of the Customs Club, the Nigerian Customs team. And Benedicta unfortunately misses as she hits into the net. (15-18) is the scoreline. And wow, Huzaifa powers into the block and out of bounds. I tell you what, Huzaifa Moro is arguably the best and tallest female on the court, and I dare say that she towers over some men in the auditorium. And a 4-point lead. We are back on court as Coach Suleimana signals for a first time out. And 19-15 is the scoreline. If you are Kalib Volleyball Club, you will want to keep your leg on the pedal, firmly on the pedal. Verity, wow, was received by Huzaifa, but Benedicta could not chase on. Another substitution for the Nigerian Customs side, and Patience Sunday comes to replace Buki Oluwatosin. Patience is also an invaluable asset for the Nigerian Customs side, and I can see yet Another tactical move by the customs team to have Aliyah go to position 4 instead of the usual position 2, particularly because Ajara is attacking from position 4 on the Kalib side, and that tactical move works once again. And Aliyah Usman is not the tallest, for which reason we have that tactical move for her to go to the other side. And Verity aces on the service. She continues on the service line. 18-19 is the score line. And Ajara, wow, what a retriever. And we continue. And wow, Kelechi did so well on the defense on the line, but Ajara came in strongly. 2018 is the scoreline as Grace Kipper returns to the service line. Her float service very, very effective. This time around is top spin, and Benedicta receives and is coming back as a chance ball. And Toyosi, wow, what a pancake by Benedicta, and top referee signals that the ball was down. And the chorus disagreement in the audience tells a lot. And a touch, and Toyosi Uzefa retrieves, going back to Benedicta. Wow! He chose to go to the line. Wonderfully placed, expert attack there. (21-19) is the scoreline as Elizabeth returns to the service line. Blocked and retrieved, and a chance ball. Ajara, and it's coming back once again. A chance ball for Kalib Volleyball Club. Benedicta, wow! Here comes the boom, and the auditorium goes wild. What an attack by Benedicta. Benedicta Akoli is giving no quarter. What an attack. Elizabeth goes for the float service again, and Verity receives, and Aisha Toyosi blocked and retrieved. It's coming back. Ajara, what should she do? Gets one. Retrieved by Verity. Goes back to Aisha. Uzefa retrieves once again, and Benedicta retrieved. Kelechi, Aisha. What a play. Uzefa could not recover from that, and the auditorium is getting filled. We are live at the Bottoman Sports Complex. And we go. Benedicta receives, and Ajara gets the touch out. 23-20 is the scoreline as Kalib Volleyball Club is giving no quarter. And Ajara goes for the float service, powerful one. Akoli sends it back and Kelechi blocked and retrieved. That's a miscommunication between Stephanie and Elizabeth. 21-23 is the scoreline. Tensious moment in the very first set of a possible 5-set game. Huzaifa gets one, and unfortunately for Aisha Toyosi, Kalib Volleyball Club are on a set point. And a substitution as Chiamaka comes in for Aisha Toyosi. Mariam, I beg your pardon, Mariam Ibrahim came in for Toyosi there, but the hit out by Blessing sees that Kalib Volleyball Club have won the first set of this possible 5-set encounter. And Kalib Volleyball Club are doing the most.
John, why are you still suffering from mosquito wahala? Haven't you heard of MedShare organic mosquito repellent?
MedShare is safe for all skin type and age. No side effects, no chemical. Get protected with MedShare.
MedShare is FDA approved and is highly recommended by the Ministry of Health, tested by Noguchi Memorial Institute Medical Research.
MedShare keeps me and my baby safe from mosquitoes bite.
With MedShare on my side, no more mosquitoes bite, no more malaria. Get MedShare today.
Contact us on the numbers on your screen.
MedShare is available nationwide. This advert is approved by FDA.
are back at the Confederation of African Volleyball Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship at the Botiman Sports Complex. The semi-final encounter between Kalib Volleyball Club and Nigeria Customs in the ladies division of the competition. And here we go, a second set as Kalib lead by a set, and Benedicta hit out of bounds, and Alia serves again. Benedicta. Wow. Toyosi blocked. Ajara shuts her down. Chiamaka. And I'm sure coaches will not be happy. And Kelechi shows why she's the best person in that department for Nigerian Customs. And I was saying of why coaches may not be happy, particularly with the libero of Kalib Volleyball Club on that earlier play, as you'd expect her to stay off the backs of the block. And Nigerian Customs 4-2 is the scoreline. And Benedicta, wow, hits high above the block. What a point. Beautifully done there. Very, very nice by Patience Sunday. And very uncharacteristic of Elizabeth. The ball stuck to her palm. 6-3 is the scoreline. Wow. An ace service there. And immediately, Coach Abdul Rahman download the signals for a timeout. The scoreline is 7-3 as Nigerian Customs And the float service is causing a stir. Patience goes for the float service again, and Blessing receives. What an attack is coming back. Yes. Wow. The overpass. What a service. And it's coming back. Wow. Experts play there by Blessing Lawrence as Aliak putting together a wonderful masterpiece through the middle blockers, and the service there is still causing problems for Kalib Volleyball Club, and unfortunately for Lawrence, Blessing Lawrence, the ball did not cross. 4-9 is the score line. And Verity has been served and nicely received, and Huzaifa match to the disagreement of Benedicta, hit high above the block. 5-10 is the scoreline. Kalib trailing by some 5 points. Benedicta goes for the jump service, and yes, it's coming back. Blessing receive. Huzaifa with a one-on-one there. It gets the better of Blessing Lawrence. Benedicta with the jump service once again. It's coming back. Alia receives, and Verity fortunately did not cross the ball, and 7-10 is the score line. Jump service once again, nicely receives. Verity goes once again, and this time hits above the block. She goes to serve. 11-7 is the score line. Goes for the float. Ajara receives, and Huzaifa had to readjust, and coming back, and Kelechi has been blocked, but the ball went out. Kelechi, also the opposite attacker for the Nigerian Customs side, when she gets going, makes the work very easy for Customs. Verity float serves, and aces Ajara. The float serve is causing problems for, and we have an early substitution as Esther Aka comes to replace Ajara. I'm sure on passing and defensive duties, as this is a first sighting in the championship. A very, very Good outside hitter, and once you could see from there the quality of her pass. The ball is coming back, and Grace keeper blocked, but wow! And the substitution reversed. Job done by Esther and done well. Josefa at the service line. 8-13 is the score line. And Kelechi receives as was going long, but and it's coming back. Yes, it is. And Ajara goes over the block, retrieved, and Toyosi and Josefa unfortunately could not control. (14-8) is the scoreline. Blessing goes for the flow service. The other Blessing on the other side receives, and Ajara finds space and gets the block, but he gets an in-ball and a point to Kalib Volleyball Club. (9-14). A 5-point lead still maintained by Nigeria Customs. The skipper serves, and Toyosi has been blocked, retrieved by, and blocked again, retrieved by Verity. It's coming back, and Josefa receives, and Ajara powers and blocked out by the combination of Aisha Toyosi and Patience Sunday. What a block there. And another tactical move by Nigerian Customs. This time the ball is coming back, and Benedicta nicely received by Aliyah. And Toyosi Aisha gets the space and gets a point as they seek to equalize in set. 16-9 is the scoreline. Aliyah at the service line. And Najara goes again, this time gets the favorable palms of the block and is out for a point to Kalib Volleyball Club as they enter into double figures. 10-16. Elizabeth goes for the flow service, and a chance ball for, wow, what a take there, and wow, Benedicta Koli, what a play. She is on fire for Kalib Volleyball Club, and Coach Danla, the high fives, and the entire team come to high five her as she's making a statement. 11-16 is the scoreline, and it's coming back. Toyosi hits, and Elizabeth receives, and Kelechi, wow! Both opposite players on the opposing teams are putting up a masterpiece and a master class in opposite play. Wow, and Josefa has been aced with that dipping float service. No need to go for a powerful jump service when the float service is working so well. Aisha Toyosi serves again, and Lydia receives, and Benedicta is coming back. Josefa passes very well, and Benedicta once again. Wow! Everything seems to be going well for the Nigeria Customs in the second set. 19-11 is the scoreline. And Josefa Moro is coming out for Aminata Sulama. And Blessing passes, and Ajara hits above the block there. I tell you what, the setup of the Nigerian Customs team in defense is amazing. They are so disciplined in their block and defense behind the block. Ajara goes for the flow service, and this is and the free ball coming for Nigeria Customs, who plays it, and wow, Verity gets the advantage over Benedicta. Nigeria Customs are in one of their strongest rotations. Stephanie. And that soft touch sees a point for Kalib Volleyball Club. 13-20 is the scoreline. Some 7 points. I tell you what, if there are moments of comeback, then Kalib needs one. But the likes of Alia and Verity will have a say, and as you saw there, a long set. Verity gets the space by the line. 21-13 is the scoreline. Kelechi goes for the float service, and Josefa blocked and retrieved by Kelechi. Is coming back to Verity, and she goes by the line again. She has found that option to be very vital, and she's exploiting it to a maximum advantage. Josefa receives and hits, and what a retrieval by Kelechi, only that it went out of bounds. The instruction for the Nigerian Customs side is simple. Go for a safe block and let your back quarters retrieve. And Alia passes there, and Verity has been blocked. 15-22. The score lines are 7 points. And a substitution effected by Kalib Volleyball Club to see Elizabeth Boachiwa come out for Mary Nyawole. This is particularly a blocking substitution. And immediately Coach Slimer signals for a timeout for the Nigerian Customs side. As the lead has been reduced to 6 points. Coach Suleiman and the Nigeria Custom side are looking to stop the bleed, and Benedicta retrieves and it has gone back. Aliyah receives and the strategy works as Mary blocks out the hot-handed Verity. 17-22 is the scoreline. I tell you what, there are comebacks in the game of volleyball. Elizabeth is back on court. There it is. Serves into the net, and that is one of the bins of the jump float. (18-23). Zefa floats it. Aliyah. Aisha Toyosi blocked, received. Nigeria Customs are on set points now. And that miscue there by Josefa sees the end of the third set with a score 25-18. The end of the second set, I beg your pardon. 1-1 is a set score.
match is set to ignite West African volleyball. The stage is Accra. The moment is now. 8 nations, 1 championship, over 40 men and women clubs from Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, Niger, and Liberia. From the 1st to the 10th of March 2026, the Baltimore Sports Complex becomes the center of elite club volleyball action. The best clubs, relentless rallies, unforgettable battles. This is more than a tournament. It's a pride, passion, and the pursuit of glory. Remember, it's absolutely free. The CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra 2026, uniting West Africa through volleyball excellence.
And the third set is underway. Wow. A nice tip by Patient Sunday over the block. Aliyah serves and Lydia receives. Ajara hits and blocks. Is coming back. Ajara wins the joust at the net and so you see, fortunately for Elizabeth, Ajara receives and Mary, wow. There has been a tactical strategy adopted by Coach Danladi and the coaching staff of Kalib Volleyball Club, as Huzaifa, who now is playing as a middle blocker, just shuts down the hot-handed Verity. Will this strategy work? I'm quite sure the coaches know the capabilities of their players, and right there and there, Mary Nyawole, who is now an outside hitter on the Kalib team. Somebody will say just use her head. She would have been blocked if she went for a power attack or a tip, but she dinks it behind the block. And Stephanie nicely served up, and Verity hit out of bounds, and (5-2) is the scoreline. And we have an unusual sighting on court as a young man is looking to begin his volleyballing career very early in his life. I'm quite sure he's not even up to 4-year-old. And Patient Sunday could not turn the ball over, and Coach Sulaiman signals for a timeout for the Nigerian Customs. Kalib now open a 4-point lead. Using the statistic of the first and second sets, it can easily be said that the team that takes the lead early in the sets will go ahead to win the set. I'm sure Kalib is looking to have that favorable statistic work on their side. And Stephanie once again, the timeout goals respond to the Nigerian Customs. Patient Sunday goes for the jump float. Ajara receives, and Mary, wow! What a tactical substitution there by Coach Abdurrahman Danladi and Emmanuel Abeku Kwenu and Coach Kashmir to have Mary Nyawole come to play as an outside the time, Huzefa play as a middle blocker, and that's why she's the tallest on court. Kelechi uses the block wisely there. "4-7" is the scoreline. Chiamaka Kelechi, I beg your pardon, at the service line goes for the float, and Mary gets the fingers, and the boy is coming back, and Verity blocks, and she again tips it behind the block, and Benedicta, it's coming back, and Verity once again, and Ajara was far from the ball at the time. 5-7 is the scoreline. Kelechi at the service line. Nicely received by Mary, and she gets the fingers. The ball is coming back, and Verity tips it behind the block, and Mary once again. That's unfortunate. Ball went into the net. 6-7 is the scoreline. Wow. Very tricky. And Mary Nyawole serves, and Verity receives an out of system ball and blocks as she uses the fingers of Elizabeth. I like the control of Verity there as she got her team out of trouble. 7-8. And Mary has been aced. We are leveled on score, 8-8. Verity goes for Mary again, and the tip is coming back. Yes, it's coming back, and Toyosi, wow. Mary hits, and it went long. And Kalib are down by a point now. 9-8 is the scoreline. And go to Ajara. She gets it, but the defensive work of Verity. She is slowly becoming the most valuable player. In the set, and Zefa received and nicely done there. Expertly put away by Lawrence Blessing. And Aminata Sulema comes in for Ajara. Sure, she would need that rest, and immediately Sulema is put to work. And once again, she, by her experience, (10-11) the scoreline. Elizabeth serves and Verity receives, but it's coming back, and that's unfortunate for Aisha Toyosi as she tags the antenna. We are leveled on score, 11 points apiece. And Ghana Volleyball, you hear us say 0-0 as it signals the beginning of yet another period. Wow, what quick reactions there. Alia Uzefa receives, and Stephanie hits out of bounds. A 2-point lead opened up by Nigeria Customs. Benet received, but that's unfortunate, and it's coming back. She drives expertly, and Aisha Toyosi nicely recovered. Mary nicely driven there, and wow! Kelechi, what an attack there. Beautiful, beautiful play by the Nigeria Customs team. And Coach Abdul Rahman Danlad signals for a timeout. This is just the third set of a possible 5-set encounter. Kalib are down by 3 points in the third set. 14-11 is the scoreline. Benedicta receives. Benedicta Nicely blocked by Kelechi and returned with interest by Aisha Toyosi, and 15-11 is the scoreline. I tell you what, the instruction is simple for the customs block. Do not aim to block the ball to make a point, but rather block in such a way that the ball comes into their side of the court for a retrieval, so that an attack can be returned. And the strategy has worked very well thus far. Aminata Suleiman and Mary Nyawole retrieved by Verity. Kelechi hits out of bounds, and 13-15 is the scoreline. Sulema, who is hitting, and Aisha Toyosi turns to the line but did not get neither the block nor the line. 14-15 is the scoreline. And in the game of volleyball, anything is possible. Anything is possible. Toyosi hits one high above the block. 16-14. Benedicta comes back with the bang. And she goes for the jump service, and a rotational foul whistled against Kalib Volleyball Club. temporary hold up here as the table signaled for a rotational foul against Kalib Volleyball Club, but the clarity on the same is heavily delayed, and if the clarity is sought and it was a mistake on the part of the table, a reserve will be issued. Suleiman is not happy as he says that is not fair. Which kind of cheating is this? I'm not quite sure he's intending that he's been cheated. And we seem to be back. Benedicta is going to the service line. That long hold up has been finally settled, and 15-16 is the score line. She's going for the jump service and serves, and an overpass. It comes to Mary and she levels the score. That is an expertly served up ball by Elizabeth. She did not waste her time. Benedicta. And nicely received, and Verity. Josefa receives, and Mary. Wow! It's called for an out ball. (17-16) is the score line. And unfortunately for Patience Sunday, she serves into the net. Mary serves, and Kelechi uses the block. (18-17). This is Very tensious moment in the match, and Kelechi serves, and Aminata, the ball is coming back, a free ball, and Uzefa was not alert there, and Verity, the lineman signals for an out ball, and some agree and some disagree. Nicely received, and it's going to Benedicta. Benedicta and Kelechi, unfortunately. She's being consoled by Bethel Nwori, Libro number 16. The scoreline is now leveled with that miss of a service. By Abanga Latifa. Verity serves nicely, and Uzefa tips and retrieved by Kelechi, and Toyosi unfortunately hits out of bounds. I can see the reaction of the coaches of the Kalib Volleyball Club saying that Uzefa, as tall as she is, could just press the top of the ball into the middle of the court. Elizabeth serves. 2019, an advantage to Kalib Volleyball Club. And Blessing Lawrence hits out of bounds, and Kalib have opened a 2-point lead now. We are back on court, and Elizabeth serves 21-19, and Verity receives, and wow. Aisha makes good work of the block, found space and into the court. Patience Lawrence at the service line, and nicely done there, and unfortunately for Benedicta, the ball did not cross. We are level once again, 21-21, as Buki Oluwatosin comes in for Alia Usman, a tactical sub, but a timeout called by Coach Danladi. The tactical sub comes in. And Patience Lawrence goes to serve. Sulemana receives and Huzaifa. What a switch on the attack there by the coaches of Kalib Volleyball Club to have Huzaifa play as an outside hitter right on that play. She gets the point. 22-21. Very tensious moments in the game. Very, very tensious moments. And who is hitting this one? And fortunately for Benedicta, and Alia, the service line, goes for the float, and Mary receives, and Benedicta drives hard and is coming to Kelechi, and she, unfortunately for Suleiman, I beg your pardon, she could not retrieve that ball. Nigeria Customs are ahead by a point, 23-22. Very, very tensious moments. Mary receives, and Benedicta blocked out. What a block, and Nigeria Customs are on set point. What a match we have on our hands. No timeouts left for both sides. Alia, Blessing receives, and Mary, wow, hit out of bounds, and Nigeria Customs take the third set, 2-1. What would the change be? How would Kalib Volleyball Club respond to this? They won the first set. Nigeria Customs have come back to win the second and third sets. As we prepare for the fourth set, very, very tensious moments.
match is set to ignite West African volleyball. The stage is Accra. The moment is now. 8 nations, 1 championship, over 40 men and women class from Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, Niger, and Liberia. From the 1st to 10th of March 2026, the Bochiman Sports Complex becomes the center of elite club volleyball action. The best clubs, relentless rallies, unforgettable battles. This is more than a tournament. It's a pride, passion, and the pursuit of glory. Remember, it's absolutely free. The CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra 2026, uniting West Africa through volleyball excellence.
And we are returning back for the 4th set of this semi-final encounter between Nigeria Customs and Kalib Volleyball Club in the women's division of the Confederation of Africa Volleyball Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship here at the Botiman Sports Complex in Accra, Ghana. We are coming to you live on GTV Sports Plus, official media and broadcast partner of the competition. We are under the auspices of the Federation of International Volleyball, the Confederation of African Volleyball, the Ghana Volleyball Federation, with support from the Ministry of Sports and Recreation, the National Sports Authority, and the Ghana Olympic Committee. We are ably hosted by the chairmanship and management of the Kalib Volleyball Club. We are sponsored by the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, MTN, Gold Board, Nestle Ghana, Pella Mineral Water, Boss Energies, Techno Ghana, Metro Mass Transit, Zoom Lion, Goyle, and PPC at Paga. And we are underway for the 4th set of a possible 5-set game, and here we go again with the defense, masterful defensive play by the Nigerian Customs side, and Ajara, who is back on court, is playing like a wounded lioness as her side is down by a set. 1-0, Kalib edges forward. And a masterful play by Sunday Patience. Today is Sunday as well. Service received by Ajara and Benedicta. Wow! Blocked out. (2-1) is the scoreline, and wow, the ball is coming back, and rightly so. And Huzefa gives the free ball out of bounds. Coaches would have wished that he just served it up onto the course hands for their own point, and pins. I must say that the Nigerian Customs team have very, very good defense behind the block, and that ball would have been easily retrieved hitherto, but not on that attempt, and Verity has been blocked and the ball comes back. He hits one and nicely served up, and Huzefa! What a save there by Ajara. And we are level, 3 points apiece. So you see received, and Kelechi retrieved by and Benedicta. The ball is back and it's coming back. What will it be? Taped up, and Josefa. That's a free ball coming, blocked. Stephanie stays disciplined at the net. 4-3 is the scoreline. And substitution coming in for Aisha Toyosi, Mariam Ibrahim. Four-3 is the scoreline, and I tell you what, Aisha Toyosi has paid her dues on the court in this game. Najara serves out of bounds. I have another statistic I'm yet to release, and for the most times it has also confirmed what my statistic is about. And free ball coming in, and the free ball served up, and Josefa goes way high above the block there as she returns to her original role as an outside hitter, paired up with Ajara. Abubakar and Stephanie goes to the service line. Nicely served up. Aliyah. Wow. Who can stop Blessing Lawrence? On that middle attack there, she has proved unstoppable as Kelechi goes for the float, and Benedicta dug out by Kelechi, and Verity goes for the tip. Josefa blocked. The ball did not cross over, and 6-5 is the scoreline. Very, very tight in the early goings of the fourth set. Ajara receives, and back to Josefa. What an attack, and what a save by Aliyah. And Marian Benedicta gets one past the block. Benedicta 6-6. What a pass, and Blessing Lawrence. Hits out of bounds. 7-6. Benedicta returns to the service line with a dreaded jump service, and Marian could not receive. Then Josefa shuts down Verity, as there's another tactical strategy adopted by the coaching staff of Kalib Volleyball Club, with the shorter Aminata playing as an outside hitter, and Josefa now in the middle blockers role. Once again, an out of system, and Benedicta receives nicely, and Josefa goes strongly. The ball is back, and Huzaifa once again, but unfortunately hits into her own net. That was a free net served. Ajara receives. Huzaifa hits the face of Huzaifa once again, and Marianne blocked. Is coming back to Kelechi, serves it up, and Aminata, wow, what an attack. She's not the tallest on court, but I tell you, her experience has come to play, so much so. And Huzaifa is down. Thankfully, she's back up. And a substitution for Huzaifa as Esther Aka goes to the service line. I must also make viewers know that we have in attendance Madame Bushra Haj, the President of the Confederation of African Volleyball. As she observes proceedings and sees of the organization of Kalib Volleyball Club, and 9-9 is the scoreline. Blessing receives, and it's coming back, and a tip received by Aminata, and Ajara. Wow, nice reactions there. And Sunday puts it away. Ten-9 is the scoreline. Lawrence Blessing serves the float, and Ajara gets the fingers of Alia, the shorter blocker there. They are back to level pegging. And Mariam. She's also a very dangerous player when she gets going. Alia Estaka receives, and unfortunately for Benedicta, a timeout called by Coach Danladi as the Customs of Nigeria open a 2-point lead. Estaka receives, and Ajara, there's a net fault called on the Customs, and I have said countless times that volleyball players will never tell you the truth about the fouls they commit, as they intend that those ones committed by their opponents will be seen and called out, yet the ones they commit should be invisible. And a service there, Elizabeth, as the miscommunication between Mariam and Bethel. Another ace service, Elizabeth's float service, causing problems for the Custom side as they are now down by 1 point. I tell you what, the game of volleyball can switch at any point in time. You may be in a lead and that lead will be lost entirely. The easiest of points made by Mariam there as she goes to the service line. Tempers are high, emotions are flaring up, left, right, center, back and forth. And Verity receives, and Kelechi blocked, retrieved expertly by Alia. Verity goes for the one-legged drip and what defensive prowess. And Ajara, Benedicta blocked out. Wow, what a block. What a block. And we are back. 14-14 is the scoreline. Nicely received, and Benedicta. Wow. And it's coming back. Kelechi serves it up, and Estaka, wow, uses the fit. An outball called, and obviously to people in the stands, that was a touch out. And again, the Nigeria Custom side will not say of the touch out, because the point has gone for them. And I'm sure they will complain of cheating soon. (15-14). Sulemana receives, and Benedicta tips it, and once again it's coming back to Huzaifa. Wow, it's coming back. Sulemana receives, and Huzaifa nicely received by Kelechi, and Sulemana is down and needs the attention of the medics. I tell you what, the anticipation and defense of the Nigeria Customs team is next to none in this competition. They are all over everywhere. Temporary hold up as Aminata Sulemana is down. Sulama. She has been a masterful sub for Kalib Volleyball Club. We hope she's fine and probably can continue. If not, we'll be served.
We can buy the girls. We can buy the girls banana. We can buy the girls banana noodles. They can't give you that one. Then for breakfast now, your people now don't be dates then they chew. Huh? You got free. I know the dates then they fast. They fast now. How many? Your people don't play. How many?
And we are back, 15-14. It's coming back, and Kelechi receives. And that's unfortunate by Aliyah. Very, very uncharacteristic of her. And we have Elizabeth being served by Eunice Akoli. Eunice is also an expert setter. We may see her prowess come to bear in the dying parts of this match, and blocked. The ball is coming back, and Verity tries again. That time the people in the stands are signaling that the ball did not cross over. Yet we play on, and Benedicta. Verity tips, retrieved. Huzaifa. Wow! Powers away over the block there. as we continue to pile up points. 16-15 is the scoreline. And Blessing Lawrence gets the end line there. (16-16) is the scoreline. Kelechi, wow, what a serve. Benedicta had to readjust, but yet hit out of bounds. Substitution coming in for Benedicta as Mary. And Huzefa, wow, they are back on level pegging, 17 points apiece. Each team have some 8 points to the set point. In fact, some 7 points to the set point and 8 points to win the match. Very, very tensious moment. Mary Nyawale aces. That was a lucky one for her. It's still a point. Anyway, these are some of the very painful points in the game of volleyball. She goes again, 18-17. This time she serves powerfully and well received by Dosi. And what an attack by Blessing Lawrence. And received, and Huzefa, nicely done. And Toyosi, Ajara retrieves, UNICEF it up, and Ajara gets the point. 2018 is the scoreline, and Coach Slyman signals for a timeout for the Nigerian Customs. And Toyosi dinks one behind the block, and Eunice serves up for Huzaifa, who tips it and blocked and out of play. We continue 19-20. Suleiman receives and Ajara. Wow. Powers through the block. 21-19 is the scoreline. And Suleiman serves up, and the ball is coming to Toyosi, and the block aids the ball into the court. (20-21). Aliyah serves, Ajara receives, and Ajara once again hits out of bounds. 21-21 is the scoreline. Aliyah, she has served very, very well throughout the game, and what a hit by Ajara. 22-21. Very tensious moments in the game. Eunice, and Toyosi has been blocked. The ball is coming back to Kelechi and blocked out. The points to Nigeria Customs. 22-22. We are tied once again. Received and Mary. That's unfortunate for Eunice as the ball traveled beyond their side of the net, giving Nigeria Customs a point ahead, 23-22. Substitutions reversed for Kalib as Benedicta comes on, as well as Elizabeth. 23-22 is the scoreline. Very tensious moments. And Ajara, wow, it's coming back, and Verity hit out of bounds, and we are level. What a defense, what a masterpiece of defensive prowess shown by the Nigeria Customs side. And Ajara, wow, was nearly out, and Blessing Sunday, I beg your pardon, has been blocked. Kalib on a set points now, 24-23. Very, very tensious moments. And I think I know where the ball will go to, and Ajara serves out. Unfortunately. We are leveled at 24 points apiece. Game on. And one of the best float servers for Nigeria Customs is at the line. Serves Huzaifa. And Huzaifa. And the ball is coming back. And who will hit this ball? And Verity taps it. And Huzaifa powers through, and she celebrates loudly as she puts Kalib back on set point. And game on. Coach Suleiman signals for a timeout, and we are back on. We are live on GTV Sports Plus. This is the Confederation of Africa Volleyball Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra 2026, the semi-final encounter between Kalib Volleyball Club and Nigeria Customs. Nigeria Customs lead by 2-1. This is the fourth set. The set score is 25-24 in favor of Kalib. Stephanie serves the float and received. Who is hitting this ball? Kelechi has been dug out, and Aminata hits out of bounds, bringing us back level. Kelechi at the service line. Wow. And Huzaifa. Wow. What an attack. She is now getting heated. I tell you what, and when she's on fire, she could single-handedly call the game. Unblockable there. Tensious moments as Benedicta goes to serve. She goes for the flow service, and it comes back as a free ball. And Huzaifa, is it coming back? Yes, it's coming back. And we are level on set points, and the auditorium has gone haywire. What a game this has turned out to be. I spoke of this earlier, that we could have a 5-point set. You can see the founder, Mr. Bernard Mona, jubilating slightly as he knows that her ladies can't do this. So much so that even the Director of Sports of the Ghana Police Service is backing the Kalib Volleyball Club to win this game. Yes, it could be said that it's a match between Ghana and Nigeria. And of course, Madam Director of Sports of Ghana Police is definitely a Ghanaian. Unfortunately for her side, they lost to the Nigerian Vipers in the first semi-final of the female competition. This is the second semi-final. The winner of this match will face off the Vipers of Nigeria in the final. And Madam Director of Sports there at the, or that's it, behind the bench of the Kalib Volleyball Club. She's on her feet and hoping to hype the girls up and possibly coach them on to victory. Contributing from her side. And the Baltimore Sports Complex has come alive with people on the edge of their seats. We're about to see the fifth set of this cracking, nerve-wracking encounter. These are very tensious moments, as we've already seen in the game of volleyball that the fifth set is
Accra. March is set to ignite West African volleyball. The stage is Accra. The moment is now. 8 nations, 1 championship, over 40 men and women clubs from Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, Niger, and Liberia. From the 1st to 10th of March 2026, the Baltimore Sports Complex becomes the center of elite club volleyball action. The best clubs, relentless rallies, unforgettable battles. This is more than a tournament. It's a pride, passion, and the pursuit of glory. Remember, it's absolutely free. The CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra 2026, uniting West Africa through volleyball excellence. March is set to ignite West African volleyball. The stage is Accra. The moment is now. 8 nations, 1 championship, over 40 men and women clubs from Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, Niger, and Liberia. From the 1st to 10th of March 2026, the Baltimore Sports Complex becomes the center of elite club volleyball action. The best clubs, relentless rallies, unforgettable battles. This is more than a tournament. It's a pride, passion, and the pursuit of glory. Remember, it's absolutely free. The CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra 2026, uniting West Africa through volleyball excellence.
And members of the Ghana policemen team here present. Also, we can see members of the male side of the Kalib Volleyball Club. I can see Thomas Ofori and Justice Tamate, among others, dancing to the tunes of music at the Boteman Sports Complex as their girls or their women line up for the fifth and final set of this match. The fifth and final set of this match. The winner, of course, will go to the finals to face Nigerian Vipers, and Elizabeth gets us underway. And Toyosi goes to the line, nicely defended by Elizabeth, and is coming back. Ajara gets the brush, but retrieved by Kelechi and Mary Nyawale. Wow! Aisha Toyosi crossed over as she infringed the middle line. Kalibi opens up with a point. And Patience Sunday has been shut down by the blocking combination of Stephanie and Mary. 2-0. What a service, and it's coming to Mary Nyawale. What a defensive work, and it has come back over. That ball went out of bounds, and Aisha Toyosi is not happy with herself. She knows she could do better. 3-0 is the scoreline. Elizabeth, very, very disciplined with her flow service. The consistency is key. And blocked, retrieved, is coming back. And Verity tips it, retrieved by Elizabeth. Serves up for Ajara, blocked, and in. Here we go, received by Aminata, and Ajara tips it, received, and it's coming back. Ajara tips, and wow, that is an intelligent choice of attack. You don't have to always hit with power to get your point. Finding the spaces in the gaps of the block and on the court will be key. Ajara serves, and Aisha Toyosi is not able to receive, and it's coming back. A free ball. Ajara receives. I know where the ball will go to, and Huzaifa! Wow! Here comes the boom. Here comes the boom, and Huzaifa has come alive in the fourth and fifth set for Kalib Volleyball Club, and 5-1 is the scoreline. Ajara, and that's unfortunate. 6-1 the scoreline, and coach Suleiman signals for their first time out. Very tensious moments, and what a gameplay we have on our hands here. 6-1 is the scoreline. If there is a comeback to be done, the Nigerian Customs are down by some 5 points. And some changes or a substitution coming up for Nigeria Customs as Marianne Ibrahim substitutes Verity Ajara at the service line. She serves up, and Marianne has received the ball, and wow, the ball is coming back. Elizabeth with that one-handed save, and blocked. It's coming back as a free ball, and I know where the ball will go to. Uzaifa with the power tip. The one-handed power tip works for her as she throws that over the attack, and the variations of her attack has caused immense damage to the Nigerian Customs. 7-1 is the scoreline. Thankfully, in the Cueba, Kelechi Genevieve is up. Number 15, Shattered Lady for Nigeria Customs, and Ajara continues with the service, and the ball is coming back to Toyosi, and Stephanie blocks. Uzaifa retrieves. It's going back to her. Powers away, but this time shut down. 2-7 is the scoreline. And Aisha Toyosi at the service line. Aisha Abdurrahim Toyosi, and it's coming back to Uzaifa, and blocked. Three 7 is the scoreline. Kalib needs a point for us to change sides. Right on the line. What a service, and Coach Danlad signals for a timeout as the lead has now been reduced to 3 points. calm her ladies down. This is an interesting match. It has proven to be. What a semi-final encounter. Game on. 7-4. Toyosi serves. Aminata receives. The ball comes to Mary. Blocks and it's coming back. Huzaifa tips it powerfully. Get the point once again. The one-handed power tip has worked marvelously for Huzaifa and Kalib Volleyball Club. 8-4 is the scoreline as we switch sides in the fifth set of the game of volleyball. The first team to reach 8 points would mean that there would be changing of sides for that team as they take the lead, and Stephanie at the service line. Stephanie serves up, and Marianne goes high above the block. 5-8 is the scoreline. Lead reduced back to 3. Kalib needs some 7 points to reach 15. Nigeria Customs need 10 points to reach 15. And Sunday serves out of bounds. (9-5) is the scoreline. Mary Nyawole, she also has a very good float service, and she goes for it and received nicely. Retrieved by, and the one-handed tip, and Elizabeth gets the better of Blessing on the joust at the net. 10-5 is the scoreline. And here we go again, and Marianne, wow, hits high above the block. And Kelechi serves up, and Huzaifa gets the block, and the ball is going to Marianne as she will push over, and Huzaifa tips and gets the points again. The tallest female on court is doing damage with the one-handed power tip. Kalib are some 4 points away from winning the match. And coach Sulaiman Ajiagba signals for their second timeout. What a match this has turned out to be. Huzaifa at the service line. She serves the float, and Aisha Toyosi receives, and Chiamaka comes in strong. First referee signals to a point to Kalib, but then calls for the attention of the second referee. who, by consultation, have changed the decision, and Esther Aka comes in to replace Uzaifa on passing and defensive duties. She is one of the best outside hitters in the game in Ghana. Very, very tensious moments. And she could not receive well. And it's coming back. It's coming back. And Toyosi, wow. Nice reactions there by Kalib. And we go again. And wow. He hits above Elizabeth. The lead reduced to 3. As Marianne goes back to serve. She serves. And Ajara's tip finds space in the middle of the court, much to the disappointment of the Customs team. The lead back to 4. 12-8 is the scoreline. People are at the edge of their seats here. Aminata serves, and the float causes problems, and an out of system coming in. Unfortunately for Aminata, Kalib needs 3 points to win the game. What a high level, intensive volleyball match here. Esther, Ajara, and the free ball. Aminata receives. I know where the ball is coming to. And Ajara! Wow! Makes nonsense of the Nigeria Customs block. Mind you, they are now a point away from match point and 2 points away from winning the match. Elizabeth, the most consistent server so far, serves and received by Marianne. Wow! And Patience Sunday says that they are down, that they may not be out, and Aliyah goes to serve. She does serve well, and Esther Aka receives, and Ajara received by Aliyah. It's coming back. Toyosi, wow, Esther Aka with the defense there, and Ajara goes for the tip, retrieved. It's coming back to Ajara. Hits, and we are at set point, match point I should say. What a game of volleyball this has been. Match points for Kalib Volleyball Club in this ever-cracking female encounter of the semi-final of the championship. And here we go. Ajara goes for the float. And who is it going to be? Toyosi block, retrieved. It's coming back. Uzaifa, power hits. It goes out of bounds. We continue to play 11-14. Very, very tensious moments. Coach Danlad signals for a timeout. A very timely call, as they now need a point to win this game. And here we go, 11-14 is the scoreline. Aminata received. Huzaifa goes for the tip, retrieved, and served up for Chiamaka, and she hits. And we go again as he gets the point. 12-14 is the scoreline. What will it be as the defensive work of the Nigeria Custom side is not giving a quarter either? And Huzaifa goes for the long tip, retrieved, is coming back. Chiamaka again. Oh. What a statement this is going to be. (13-14), tensious moments received, and Huzaifa calls for game, and that does it. And Honorable Bernard Bona is celebrating loudly. Honorable Bernard Bona once again is pumping his fist. He has won. His side is in the finals. He has promised the host a win. Is it coming true for the ladies? What a match. What a game! Congratulations to the Kalib Volleyball Club on a semi-final encounter. Let's extend pleasantry. Celebratory moments here, and I intend to speak to the winning coach, Coach Abdul Rahman Danladi. Congratulations, Coach. Your team is in the final. What were the strategies like? What did you have to change to win this encounter?
Thank you very much. You know, during the SBC, we played them and we lost 3-1 to them. But then we didn't even have Benin. But coming to this competition, I studied them so much, and I told them before the match that we were going to beat them. They thought I was joking. Initially, after the first set, my girls became complacent. That is why we struggled to beat them in the third set. So after we equalized 2-2, I told them to calm down and we are going to win. They shouldn't, if we reduce our mistakes, we are going to beat them. And that is how we are going to beat them. We reduce our mistakes. Unfortunately, we started shaking when it was a set point. And you saw the tension around. I will say, Alhamdulillah, we were able to triumph over them.
I saw some few tactical substitutions with Huzaifa coming to play middle momentarily. How did that come through for your team?
I realized we were struggling to block them in the middle. And Huzaifa is the tallest in the team. She has the tallest block reach, and she's the only one that could have stopped them. And that is how come we put her in the middle. We did the same against Army, and it worked. So why not try it in this match? And that is how come you saw Huzaifa in the middle. But I realized we needed a firepower outside again that we took her to the position 4.
And we are joined by Benin. You were speaking of her. How massive of a change and a game changer has she been for your team?
I call her high fever because she doesn't fear anything. Wow. She is a lioness on court. She's one of my best in the country. You know, she was the best opposite player in the All-African Games that we hosted last 2 years. So there is nothing different about Benin. The moment you see her on court, she gives 100%. And that is what you saw today.
Benin, how was the game?
That was fantastic. It was a very tough game, but we did our best. We played our best.
Yes, you did. I saw some changes coming in for you back and forth. I mean, I could see that in the 5th set you didn't partake at all. What was going on?
I'll actually say that my opponents, they are very tough. They have a lot of tactics going on, so we need to adjust ourselves and play. But there was a little bit injury, that's why I didn't see me in the 5th set.
Oh, okay.
We will come back strongly.
Right, Benin says they will come back strongly. Congratulations to you, Benedicta. Congratulations, Coach Danlad. Well done to the Kalib Volleyball Club. And the massive game they played here today. It has not been easy. A wonderful game of volleyball here. And Huzaifa is here with me. Of course, you can see we are almost of the same height. If she's not taller than me, I'll be shocked. But she's taller than me. Congratulations to the tallest lady on court. Huzaifa, what happened?
We took the first set and we were expecting to beat them 3-0, but it's a game. We tried and of course we've won. So we are preparing for the final phase, and I'm promising all of you that we will take the cup. The cup will maintain in Ghana. It will not go anywhere.
The cup will be maintained in Ghana. For the last question, I saw that in some of the sets you were not of yourself. How did you have to adjust? What was the psychology like? What was the coaching up for you?
I'm not feeling well, but we promised to win this for our team president. They came for SVC, they scored us 3-1. So we were fully prepared to beat them, and we will go for the final phase. Thank you.
Wow, congratulations once again, Huzaifa. Well done to Huzaifa and the Kalib Volleyball Club for winning that massive all set encounter. All 5 sets was played out, and Kalib Volleyball Club has won. They have now qualified to the finals of the competition, and they'll be facing the Vipers of Nigeria, and it will be a game come tomorrow. Watch out for the first semi-final match of the male category between us, ASENGS, and Ghana Army. Stay tuned.
But if Ghana meet gets game, and last time tomorrow on my level, then the game.
If you don't vanish before, you will take a headset one time. I don't need that. Like they can't talk.
Guy now, what's your age? The guy with the way they eat. Yeah. The video complain about banana thing. The whole world knows the way. They say, everything is for long. For the past 2 years, SBC, the way you do it, they can coach career. No, so as coach can drop out, don't take him remember where he left. But after coach left, what is so you might take over? The man give him food and so so like a make it across the end. See, if you know you give him share. We are using the car for If like we're football, like they don't go better use it. Why? Blue.
It's good that sometimes people go and they complain about the majesty because here and here they almost look alike. It is expensive. You drop the camera, the shot on now. The tall guy, or the guy where they play like this. No. He's the number one fan of Kalib. They are from the north. That's the 5 they bring every day. That's the 5 they bring. Then after the first day, no, it'll be 5. No, it'll be 5, but the will be correct. Wow. Dale. This is a job fast. You know that this is a tracker. Oh. But you go run commentary for this one. You go run commentary for this. I said you go run commentary. Okay. I thought you want to show this. Like I was saying, I go call the Minister of Defense. Make it come drop. Hey! I think they go to get the net too, the way he jump.
they bring them down.
They raise them rather.
But the guys they like to raise them go up.
This is what they raise them.
Standard international.
They have a proper height that they use.
is Accra. March is set to ignite West African volleyball. The stage is Accra. The moment is now. 8 nations, 1 championship, over 40 men and women clubs from Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, Niger, and Liberia. From the 1st to 10th of March 2026, the Baltimore Sports Complex becomes the center of elite club volleyball action. The best clubs, relentless rallies, unforgettable battles. This is more than a tournament. It's a pride, passion, and the pursuit of glory. Remember, it's absolutely free. The CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra 2026, uniting West Africa through volleyball excellence.
The games draw crowd and attention. The games draw debate, arguments, and sometimes fight. This is because of the skills, the tackles, the goals, the saves, and even the tears. Emotions and passions are the heartbeat of the game. Be our partner on Sports Highlights every Monday at 8 p.m. on GTV Sports Plus and GTV for the whole package. Sports Highlights, your total ticket.
March is set to ignite West African volleyball. The stage is Accra. The moment is now. 8 nations, 1 championship, over 40 men and women clubs from Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, Niger, and Liberia. From the 1st to 10th of March 2026, the Baltimore Sports Complex becomes the center of elite club volleyball action. The best clubs, relentless rallies, unforgettable battles. This is more than a tournament. It's a pride, passion, and the pursuit of glory. Remember, it's absolutely free. The CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra 2026, uniting West Africa through volleyball excellence.
Welcome to the Baltimore Sports Complex, where the Confederation of African Volleyball Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship is currently ongoing. We are in the semi-final stage of the championship, and this is the very first male semi-final match between Ghana Army and ISNGS. We are under the auspices of the Federation of International Volleyball, the Confederation of African Volleyball, the Ghana Volleyball Association, and we are ably supported by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation of the Republic of Ghana, the National Sports Authority of the Republic of Ghana, the Ghana Olympic Committee, and hosted by the Kalib Volleyball Club. Congratulations to their ladies side for qualifying into the finals of the championship. Incredible game of volleyball we witnessed earlier. They defeated Nigeria Customs by 3 sets to 2. This is the very first male semi-final encounter. Between Ghana Army and ISNGS. Taufik misses widely there. And Jordan comes powerfully through the middle block, the middle attack. And Taufik is blocking any and everything. Aminu goes for the dink. Did not work, but as ENGS gets the points there. Indrik Kriden, he serves and Owusu receives, and Aminu hits out of bounds. ICNGS is from Côte d'Ivoire. And this will be a match between Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. This is the Zone 3 Club Championship in the CAVB. And the overpass dispatched by Frank Olivier. Wow! And an ace serve by Uraga. What a service, and he goes for it again. And received, and Taufik, what a leap and what a recovery. Expertly dinked, and Aminu also dinked, and wow! Indrik reading. By that wonderful service run by Uraga Darius. And a discipline and attack by Indrik Reading. The set points are 8-5 in favor of ISENGS. What a start to a semi-final match. And we go again. The timeout goes. Listen to the prayers of the Army Volleyball Club, the Ghana Army Volleyball Club. And the massive hits there.
The boys who brought it.
And we continue, and Gridin retrieved by Nalasan. Here's the antenna. And Frank Olivier. We are wow. Oh, it's a beautiful roll shot there by Aminu. The ball will come back, and rightly so, and retrieved again. Daniel Benefo Aminu will hoist it high, and Gridin saved by Tofik. It's coming back. Wow, what defensive play by Tofik there, and Alassa Nimoro finds the favorable palms of the block. And Kofi Kwaku Cedric, the setter for INCNGS, is playing a high-level mind game. 11-8 is the scoreline now, as Kofi Kwaku Cedric at the service line. That's unfortunate for Obege, as he could not receive the first ball properly, much to the disappointment of and Kofi Cedric is the captain on court, and referee Pacha signals for him and cautions him to speak to his bench. And unfortunately for Amumbo Abeng, Emmanuel Obeng goes for the long flute service. And Amumbo goes to serve. One of the two powerful outside hitters for ISCNGS goes for the jump service and received. And Alassane Imoro hitting high, leaping very high, and gets the touch out. And Waga Darius, number 4 shirted man of ISCNGS, is powered up, and Indrik Reading gets one off the block and out of bounds. (13-11), and Alassane Imoro leaps high above the block. The deficit is now reduced to just 1 point. 12-13 is the scoreline. Alassane Imoro serves up, and Jordan tips it and comes to Tofik. Tofik hits out of bounds. I tell you what, the libero for ISCNGS, Ochumu Emmanuel, is doing so well. Tofik blocked and retrieved by, and Waga Darius has been blocked out. Jordan, with his experience and discipline at the net, he goes to serve the running flute. Waga deals with it nicely and dispatched by Frank Olivier. Waga Darius goes for the jump float, mishandled by Owusu Jemfi. Aminu, wow, what a leap and what an attack. We would usually say that there's no loose ball, as every ball is attack worthy. Aminu goes for the jump service. And Tofik reached over on the side of the Ivorian net. That's a foul. Tofik has been blocked out by Amombo and Eddie Hans Biasi. Nicely served up, and Tofik the defensive setup of ISCNGS is such that the blocks going to the wing go so high, and the backcourt will have to readjust and block, or should I say defend, away from the court. I'm sure the Army coaching staff are watching all that, perhaps to re-strategize in the next set. 15-17 is the scoreline. It's coming back, and Alassane. Wow! Nicely done by Kofi, and Indri Kridin did not get the court nor the block. (16-17) is the scoreline. A very close match. Amombo has been blocked and goes for the next try. Ochumo Emmanuel celebrates loudly. Tell you what, number 9 shirted man in a different jersey color for ISCNGS is the libero. Wow! Emmanuel Obeng check the court for dents. We are live on GTV Sports Plus. This is the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship at the Botema Sports Complex, and a middle line infringement whistled against Kofi Cedric as he went for that one-handed set. We are leveled on score 18-18. Manuel Obeng at the service line. Wow, what a play by Eddie Biasi. Biasi Eddie with the roundhouse. A technique not easily executed. You need timing and some experience. 19-19. And the ball went out. Amombo. 2019, Ghana Army lead by a point. Once again, Biasi Eddie makes soft work without hang time and suspension. And substitutions coming in for ISCNGS to set up 3 attackers at the front court. This is a tactical substitution. adopted by ISENGS of Cote d'Ivoire, as Koulibaly, their captain, comes on to replace Kofi Cedric at the front court, and also Frank comes in to replace Indri Cedric, and a wonderful block by Tofik Abukari. Army into a 2-point lead. 23-21 is the scoreline, and that has forced Coach Kwasi Fredericks Coach Fabrice has signaled for a timeout. And Jordan goes for the float service, and he aces. What an ace. And immediately, Coach Fabrice Kwasi signals for the second timeout as his men are really down. Army on a set point. The Ghana Army on a set point. Waga Darius did not calculate properly the speed and precision of that float service. Like I have said throughout the championship, the float service is a very, very good weapon in the arsenal of a volleyball player. Jordan goes for it again, and wow, what a touch by Koulibaly. And Waga Cedric, and retrieved. Koulibaly gets one past the block, and Coach George Intaga signals for a timeout. If you are watching us live on GTV Sports Plus, we are under the auspices of the Federation of International Volleyball, the Confederation of African Volleyball, the Ghana Volleyball Association or Federation, and ably supported by the Ministry of Sports and Recreation of the Republic of Ghana, the National Sports Authority of the Republic of Ghana, and the Ghana Olympic Committee. The Kalib Volleyball Club is hosting this momentous and unprecedented club championship. We are sponsored by the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, MTN Ghana, Gold Board, Nestle Ghana, Pella Mineral Water, Boss Energies, Techno, Metro Mass Transit, Zoom Lion, Goyle, and PPC at Paga. And the roar you heard in the auditorium was a signal that Ghana Army have won the first set by 25-23, much to the disappointment of fans and players of ISENGS. As we now prepare for the second set. And we are almost underway with the second set of a possible 5-set encounter in the semi-finals of the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship. Emmanuel Obeng will begin on the service line for Ghana Army. Obege is his other name, and immediately Eddie, the unstoppable Eddie, gets one past Jordan, opens the score line. As he goes to 7. Serves out of Brown's end. A Kalibian is with his own mic and public announcement system. The ball is coming back. A free ball for Ghana Army. Nicely received. And Jordan with the fast hands come through the middle. 2-1 is the scoreline. That is unfortunate for Daniel Benefo as he races into the other side of the net. And Indri, wow, beautifully done there by the opposite attacker for ISENGS of Cote d'Ivoire. Indri Kredin goes to serve, opts for the float service. Tofik finds difficulty in receiving, and unfortunately for Uwaga, Darius Uwaga, he touches the net as he meant to block that overpass. Alassane Moro, arguably the best outside hitter in Ghana. Wow, this is volleyball. Serve, receive, set, and attack. Darius Waga goes to the service line. I know he'll go for the jump service. Aminu comes in through the right side, and 4-4 is the scoreline. If you just joined us, this is a live coverage of the Confederation of Africa Volleyball Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship. We are live from the Botiman Sports Complex in Accra, Ghana. The match on your screens is between Ghana Army and ISENGS of Cote d'Ivoire. ISENGS are in the blue, a deep blue shirt with white stripes and white indications on their numbers. They are attacking from the left side of your screen to the right side of your screen. And Ghana Army are in yellow and blue jersey colors attacking from the right to the left on your screens. This is the second set as Ghana Army won the first set. It could possibly go for a 5-set encounter easily. And Emmanuel Obeng powers his way through the middle. What a development and what a player Emmanuel Obeng has turned out to be for Ghana Army. Uchumo Emmanuel. And unfortunately, for Ghana Army, that loose ball, as we say in Ghana, fell in the middle of their court, and Alassane Moro checked the court for dents. What an attack! What a spike! I am sure there is a hole created in the middle of that court there. He got the better of Indri Kridin at the time. Waga and Indri shut down by Alassane Moro. And Ochumo Emmanuel, the libero in the white and blue striped jersey of ISCNGS, try as he might, could not rescue that ball. And you can see him counting his fingers at the net. What a block by Alassane Moro. Once again, showing you why he is in fact, the best outside the time in Ghana currently. And he comes back and dinks one over the block. Nicely done. Expertly used. And nice option of attack. And a quick substitution for ISCNGS as Waga Darius goes out for Uchumo Sergei Olivier. He is one of the powerhouses of the ISCNGS team, and right on cue, he shows you why. Putting some flight to the ball and getting the narrow angle of the Army court. It goes to the service line is Eddie Kwasi. Osu Jemfi receives, and Aminu picked out. And Amombo had to readjust. And Alassane Moro blocked and retrieved, and wow. Nicely done by Indri Kridin. And Alassane Moro goes again and got the better of Eddie Kwasi with that cross-court attack and spike. Daniel Benefo goes for the float service and once again, but retrieved nicely. And Alassane Moro, wow. And your benefit is running flute, serves, and beautifully done there by Frank Olivier as he sweeps across his body. And Indri Kridin goes to serve. And Alassane Moro is gradually becoming the MVP of the match as most of his attacks have gained points for the Ghana Army team. And right on cue, he aces and celebrates with the Sioux. Coach Fabrice of ISCNGS signals for a timeout. And the Ghana Army team are in a good lead. But I dare say once again that in a game of volleyball, your entire lead will be wiped out by the consistency of the service of your opponent, coupled with some brilliant defensive work, in addition to intelligent attacking plays. 13-10 is the scoreline, and Alassane Moro goes strong and hitting attack, but unfortunately for Jordan, he faults the net. Once again, the goals of the timeout have answered to ISCNGS. Wow. Nicely done by Jordan. What an attack by Aminu. And Tawfiq goes long and claimed the block touched. And Aminu Yakubu at the service line goes for the jump service and hits into the net. Unfortunately, 13-15 is the scoreline. You are reminded that this is the second set of a possible 5-set encounter between Ghana Army and ISCNGS of Cote d'Ivoire. And Alassane Moro proving unstoppable as he comes through the pipe attack. Tawfiq Abukari goes to serve, opts for the float service, and Ochumo Emmanuel receives, and Emmanuel Obin nicely weighted. for Eddie Kwasi and blocks him out. And a substitution called. And Cabran comes in for Kwasi. Eddie Biasi, I beg your pardon. And Tofik serves into the net. I tell you what, these are those things that coaches will complain about and onlookers will complain about. But if you have the ball beyond the line and it's your turn to serve, you would understand the entirety of the pressure and the weight of the tension on your shoulders. It's easier said than done. I understand that Kichi, my able cameraman here, says I'm speaking to him, as he also thought the same, that Tofik should have done better. Once you are in the hot seat, it is hotter than any other place. Aminu dinks one, and that's intelligently done by Aminu Yakubu. The hang time was pure, but the disguise on the dink was also intentional. And wow, Ochumo Olivier shows us why he's an indispensable asset in the outside hitter role for ISCNGS. And Alassane Moro, he comes again, and wow, what a player and what a hit. So far there has not been answers from the blocking party of ISCNGS, as Coach Fabrice signals for a timeout as he intends to mitigate the bleed and stop it. We are live on GTV Sports Plus, coming to you all the way from Boteman in Accra, Ghana. We are sponsored by the National Petroleum Authority, Ghana Gas, MTN Ghana, Gold Board, Nestle Ghana, Pella Mineral Water, Bust Energies, Techno Ghana, Metro Mass Transit, Zoom Lion, Goyle, and PPC at Paga. We are ably hosted by the capable hands of Honorable Bernard Mona, the chairman of the Kalib Volleyball Club and the management of the Kalib Volleyball Club. What a championship this has been. And Tofik gets the fingers and out of bounds. A point to Ghana Army. 21-16. The score line. Nicely done by Alassane Moro, and Indri received by Alassane Moro, and he comes through the pipe attack. And he gets the point as goes back to the service line. He does not smile plenty while on court, as he means business. Every point matter. And Uchumo Olivier gets the touch out, and a tactical substitution coming in, and Koulibaly, the captain of the ENGS side, number 16 shirted man, comes in for Kofi Cedric, and Indri Gredin steps out for wow. Jordan hits powerfully but nicely defended, and the ball is coming back, and Taufik Abukari powers his way through the cross-court kill there. The army is big, is the chance in the auditorium here at the Baltimore Sports Complex. And Ochumo Emmanuel is down and receiving attention from the medics on ground here at the Baltimore Sports Complex. Jordan continues, and nicely done by Amambo. That is quite unfortunate for Amambo and ISES. And Koulibaly hits out of bounds, and this brings us to the end of the second set. Ghana Army are 2 sets ahead in this match very, very quickly. This game is looking like a one-sided beatdown, just as it did happen between Ghana Army and Ghana Police Service. The Ghana Army men team won by 3 sets to nothing in almost similar fashion. For them to reach this stage of the competition, mind you, this is the first semi-final match. In the men's category of the CAVB Zone 3 Volleyball Club Championship, Accra 2026. After this match, we will have a Kalib men's volleyball team face off with the Nigeria Customs men's volleyball team. Right, I humbly remind you that the Kalib women volleyball team won their semi-final encounter against the Nigeria Customs women by 3 sets to 2. Will the men team do the same? As far back as the group stages of the competition, the Kalib men team lost to the Nigeria Customs by 3 sets to 1. And from all indications from the captain of the Kalib Volleyball Club, Obed Osafo, he says that they are coming for revenge today. We are here at GTV Sports Plus to bring you all the action. As we separate the men from the boys, that has been done already throughout the group stages and the 1/16 to the quarterfinals. Now in the semi-finals, we'll look to separate the young men from the old men. As we will resume the third set of this semi-final encounter. And the third set is underway. Will the Ghana Army take it in 3 sets? Or will ISENGS of Cote d'Ivoire stage a comeback to win 3-2? Amambo. Wow, Alhassan Imoro makes nonsense of the tall block of ISENGS. Arguably the MVP of this match thus far. And Ochumo Olivier with a kill on the overpass. Eddie Biasi, Alhassan Imoro defended by DBRC. I know where the ball would go. And Indri finds space through the block there. 3-1 is the scoreline. Aminu's ball has been defended. Similarly for that of Alassane Moro, and Indri powers through the line. He is the opposite player for ISCNGS. And a quick timeout called by Coach George Ntaga. 5-1 is the scoreline. So far in this set, ISCNGS is staging a comeback. DBRC is still serving. 6-1. Tofik receives. Alassane Moro hits high above the block as you could see Amambo signaling to Olivier and Frank Olivier to jump a bit higher. Alassane Moro nicely received there and good block. Tofik. Indri on comes and Alassane Moro hits out of bounds. (7-2) is the scoreline. I tell you, the libero for ISCNGS, the man in the white, the dominant white and blue stripes jersey of ISCNGS, is doing massive work. He's called the libero because, or perhaps his role is such that he is the best defensive player at the backcourt and mostly comes to replace the middle blocker momentarily, and that's the celebration there on the block. ISCNGS is running away with this set. 9-2 is the scoreline. Mind you, they are down by 2 sets in the game. And in staging a comeback, this will be key. Right on cue is Emmanuel Otumo. Tofik hits out of bounds. Aminu Yakubu gets the long angle. 3-10 is the scoreline with Ghana Army trailing by some 7 points. If the microphone were closer to the Ivorian side, you would hear Passe Laba and Ali Lega. Let's go, boys. And pass the ball. Ali Lega, as repeated by the bench of the Ivorian side. And Olivier serves it up, and wow, what a save. Indri, and it's coming back, and Aminu. Finds space through the block. 4-11 is the scoreline. I have said and will say again that a lead in volleyball may be totally wiped out by a consistency of service and defensive work with some intelligent attacking choices of your opponent. You may be found wanting. And Tofik goes in for the one-handed power tip, and wow, what a play by Amombo. And Emmanuel Chumo below your screen on the right side there. He is full of energy, as that in itself could help your team on. What a block by Tofik on Indre Kredin. This game is a game of psychology, a lot of energy and tactics and strategies. Tofik opts for the jump float, and that is a nicely disguised second touch there by Kofi Cedric. 13-5 is the scoreline. This is running out of hand for Ghana Army. Would they stage a comeback? They are down by some 8 points. Emmanuel Obin hits out of bounds and extends the lead of ISC and GS to 9. And it's coming back, and Alassane Moro, wow, power for power. And coach Fabrice signals for a timeout as he intends to keep the lead. 6-point lead now for ISC and GS of Côte d'Ivoire. And Ghana Army gets a chance ball, and nicely done there by Jordan. 9-14 is the scoreline. And comebacks are real, and Coach Fabrice is not happy at his. Nicely done there by Amambo. Aminu Yakubu hits out of bounds, and unfortunately for Amambo, he also hits into the net. These are, as I have stated earlier, easier said than done. Retrieved and is coming back. Aminu dinks one, and Eddie Biasi touched it. It's coming back as a free ball. Ghana Army, Daniel Benefo set, and Alassane Moro has been shut down by the combinations of Indri and Eddie Biasi. And Alassane Moro gets the better of the block. 11-17 is the scoreline, 6 points maintained. What a match this is turning out to be. Will we see a comeback or will we see a closing out? Alassane Moro, powerful jump service. Olivier Uchumo has been, wow, block, retrieve and attack. And the overpass. Tawfiq hits out of bounds, and a net violation called against the blocking party of Indri and Frank Olivier. Alasan Imoro. The jump service and the aces there. 14-17. A comeback being staged mightily by Alasan Imoro and the Ghana Army team, much to the displeasure of ICNGS of Cote d'Ivoire. Goes for it again. That time Emmanuel Ochumo received and retrieved and is coming back. Alasan Imoro infringed the 3-meter line on that attack. A point has been whistled against him. 18-14 is the scoreline. What a good service run, and as you've seen, 2 points has been clawed up with the advantage still on the side of Army on this service. Jordan, that is an expert and experienced middle blocking play. The running float. Wow, what a leap and what an attack by Frank Olivier. He's suspended and hit across his body. Aminu Yakubu. (16-19) is the scoreline. Aminu scoops. Emmanuel Chumo receives. Wow! What a leap and what an attack there. As Amombo is giving no quarter. A comeback is for real also for them as they are down by 2 sets. And corrections in the rotation being made. All is clear for referee Austin as match will continue. Tawfiq Amombo. Emmanuel Obin tags the ball on the body of Indri, and very, very nicely done by Alasan Imoro with the late disguise on the attack. He finds a space in the 9x9 side of and Amombo is hitting way high above the block, and he has proven to be a tough customer for Ghana Army to deal with in this third set. Kofi Cedric serves and Alasan Imoro. Nice work by Emmanuel Chumo. And what a play. What an attack there by Amombo. Wow, wow. I told you of Ochumo Emmanuel doing the work of a libero to the best of his ability, and you can see how he is an important part of the ISCNGS team. We go on with Kofi at the service line. Emmanuel Obeng came too powerful for a block. Emmanuel Obeng goes for the long float. Nicely done by Indri. Creeding. 23-18 is the scoreline as ENGS are looking to stage a comeback in the set. And right on cue, but ball went out of bounds. Do not be fooled by the chants and shouts of your opponent team, because it will mean something different entirely. And Asante hits long. Derek Asante. And ASEL sees that the third set have come to an end with ICS ENGS have crawled back a set. It's now 2-1. The fourth set is on, and we are seeing massive game developing here for ISCNGS. 3-4 is the scoreline. And here we go. Tofik Abukari powers through the block, and Kofi Cedric in some pain. Thankfully he's up. Jordan goes for the running float service. What a leap and what a change in direction by Frank Olivier. Tofik, wow. Wow. And he receives applause there in the fans. What an attack. 6-4 is the scoreline. Expertly done by Frank Olivier. Five, 6. Wow, beautiful play. Tofik is hitting very, very high above the block, close to reaching the end of the height of the antenna. And 7-5, Tofik. And the overpass won by Ghana Army, 8-5. Indri takes his time, hops and attacks into the middle of the court. Kofi Cedric serves, and Alassane Moro finds space through, but there was a net infringement, and you can see Eddie Kouassi there signaling with his arms open as though there was no net infringement. Emmanuel Obing received by Emmanuel Ochumo. Alassane Moro. Emmanuel Ochumo receives. What a hit by Indri Creden. A mighty powerhouse for ISCS ENGS. Wow. Expertly done by Daniel Benefo, also known as Lampard in the volleyball circles in Ghana. A 200 power tip, running float, serves on, and Ochumo Olivier could not receive and is coming back. Wow, the joust at the time won by Alassane Moro. (11-7). Coach Fabrice signals for a timeout, and I see Coach Asante signaling to the Army team members. We are leading by 4 points, he says. Indri. This is a high level mind game of a volleyball match. And Eddie Kouassi nearly is Alassane Moro, Tofik, I beg your pardon, and Indri nicely retrieved. Tofik hits out of bounds, and court wipe dry, thereby removing any form of hazard. Eddie Kouassi, Eddie Biasi, I beg your pardon, is not happy with himself. Alassane Moro and the overpass, and what a retriever. by ISCNGS. And they are claiming that it was a legal play. And it goes against them, unfortunately. And Kofi, of course, he's not Ghanaian though, as I've kept mentioning Kofi. Kofi has a double F. And so Alassane powers through and received, and Alassane once again, Emmanuel Chumo with the extension, received there, and Taufik. Unfortunately for Taufik, he's not having a good day, not at all. As if he had a good day, this match might be over with the combination of himself and Alassane Moro coming in through with the work as outside the test for Ghana Army. Point to Ghana Army. Jordan, the flute service, and Indri Credence hits out of bounds, and substitutions coming for Kofi Cedric and Indri Credence as Koulibaly steps on court. Wow, what an attack there. By Frank Olivier. Taufik, he says that his least is better than nothing, and his leap extended. We have the substitution for Ghana Army as Emmanuel Obing has been served. Aminu jump service. Ace is there. Mohamed Bari Hussein has come to replace Emmanuel Obing. And this is turning out to be another one-sided beatdown as Army have opened